every boundary softened, and there you stood in the middle of it all. The sky over Lapland that day hung lower than usual. Dawn light and snowfall blended until every boundary softened, and there you stood in the middle of it all. Not too far, not too close, simply visible in the way someone destined feels familiar. I did not know your name, yet somehow I felt as if I already did. A thin layer of snow covered the ground, and for a moment I swore your steps reached my ears before mine did. Sounds faded one by one, as if the silence wanted keep only the two of us. No one called out to me, and yet I found myself walking toward you. Winter in Lapland has a way of making people honest. When the snowfall thickened and hid half of your face, a sudden thought crossed my know this person, or perhaps have I known him all along? In the snowfall of Lapland, you appeared clearer than any light in the world. We exchanged no words, yet language felt unnecessary for two strangers recognizing each other. Disappears before touching the cold. Something I feared I might lose if I reached too fast. So I smiled instead. That was my first answer. We did not move, yet somehow the distance between us slowly drew itself close. Not close enough for our hands to touch, but warm enough for something gentle to slip into the quiet between us. Lapland's winter is long, too long, but that day felt like the shortest winter I had ever lived. I never asked your name, and you didn't ask for mine. In Lapland, recognizing someone sometimes begins before introductions ever do. It frightened me and felt like a miracle. In the snowfall of Lapland, my heart had already chosen its direction. Just like the way my steps moved towards you, I felt no desire to turn back. You remained silent, but that silence held more truth than any confession could. Snow, wind, and just the two of us, writing the first line of winter's love story. When the snowfall eased and your face finally came into full light, I realized I was smiling again. This winter begins with you. You didn't speak, just a small quiet nod. winter opens softly like snow landing without a sound.
Even the wind seemed to stand still. No sound came from the nearby woods or from the distant villages. Only the clear echo of your footsteps approaching the water's edge. I kept my eyes on the lake, and you stood beside me, receiving the landscape at the same calm pace I did. The water moved with delicate restraint, and faint cracks beneath the ice slipped softly between us. Each small sound felt like a quiet measure of the distance between our hearts. When you parted your lips as if to speak and closed them again, I heard your breath sink gently into the water. In that moment, the whisper of the lake seemed to draw a thin line that connected the two of us. Perhaps that morning we were offering our feelings before offering any words. Slowly, quietly, like winter lights settling on still water. The whisper of Inari lingered softly between you and me. Without asking anything, we understood everything about what the other felt. Just as the water seems unmoving, yet carries countless subtle motions beneath, we two were drawing closer without saying a word. You didn't reach for my hand, and I didn't reach for yours, but like the faint light gliding over the lake's surface, our hearts were already moving toward one another. Standing beside you, I felt a tremor deeper than the chill of Inari's winter, a quiet thought beginning somewhere inside me. Because we already knew why silence mattered more. At Inari, silence is a language that reveals exactly what must be said. Every time our eyes met, I could read the movement of your heart, and you seemed to hear the quiet shaking of mine. The whisper of Inari grew wild all around us. Within its center resonance, we tried without saying so not to lose each other. The lake was cold, but what began upon its surface was warmer than anything either of us expected. As the sun climbed higher and the lake brightened, I understood that my heart, is it already reached home? Is it alright to begin here? I asked silently. You had gone far away, and I remained alone in this northern winter. One such silence would have shattered me, but today it sounded different, less like emptiness, more like something quietly holding me. The traces left in the snow were frozen into stillness, as if ready to disappear. My heart too was slowly taking on a new shape. Even in the hollow you left, a faint warmth began to gather. This silence was not only about your absence, nor merely about my solitude. It was, I realized, the final stretch of the long road back to myself. Northern silence remaining. You had left, and I still stayed. But when I finally lifted that silence into my hands, I found not fear, but a quiet calm resting at its core, and I accepted it as part of me. A slow wind passed through the branches, cold and gentle, and in its chill I felt a strange warmth. Being alone no longer meant falling apart. It meant standing on my own ground. The place where love ended was not an empty hook. It was a new white field where I could finally stand upright again. In that silence, I began to melt the oldest wounds I had been carrying. The northern silence no longer weakened me. It became the space where I called myself back, and even the part of me that still held you found a gentle place to rest. Far in the distance, morning light began to rise. I looked once more at the silence settled on the snow, then slowly took a step forward. You had gone, but within this silence I felt at last that I could bring my winter to a close. It somehow stood in the same place at the same hour, watching the aurora rise. The town had already fallen asleep, and only the sky seemed to keep breathing. You looked upward in silence, and after watching your profile for a moment, I followed your gaze. It wasn't love yet, but it was far too clear to deny. The aurora shifted its colors and slowly filled the empty sky. Green passed over your shoulder, and a shade of violet rested briefly on the back of my hand. The foolish part of me wanted to believe the light moved in the shape of our feelings that night. You looked warmer and calmer than any light drifting above us. In moments as beautiful as this, words always seem to fall behind. Feelings move first, and we follow long after. Aurora of first love, the sky's colors blended our hearts into one. Your silence felt deeper than any confession I wanted to hear, and my smile was the quiet answer to it. That night we were shaken more by the movement of light than by any words. You didn't take my hand, yet I felt as if you could. Or perhaps I simply wished you would. The aurora drifted across the sky and stirred the air between us. My trembling heart may have reached you before the light did. In a quiet voice you asked, will a moment like this ever come again? I couldn't answer. This moment was enough, even if it never returned. Where we stood, winter felt warmer than anywhere else. Aurora of first love, the light slowly faded, yet the colors it left behind settled deep inside us. We didn't follow the light, but our hearts had already begun moving in the same direction. When the aurora fully disappeared, you drew a quiet breath, and it sounded as if you were calling my name. That night, the sky opened a door for us, the first door of a winter love I knew had just begun. We walked along the narrow path beside the river. A thin layer of snow blurred the line between the trail and the ice, and every sound felt buried deep beneath the frozen water. You pulled your hand from your pocket and asked softly, "Are you cold?" That simple question sent a small tremor through me, gentler than the river's movement.
under the ice. Each time your gloved hand drifted near the back of mine, I held my breath, trying to catch the moment before it passed. Should I reach for you? Should I wait? It felt like once I took your hand, there would be no way back. So I stepped away for a moment, then quietly returned to your side. You noticed everything and waited without saying a word. And then without a sound, your hand moved toward mine. That tiny distance felt wider than the entire river. In the stillness of Kemi River, when I first held your hand, my heart trembled more than the frozen water beneath us. Your warmth was clear even through the gloves, and I felt it not in my fingertips, but in the deepest part of my chest. That day, winter didn't melt. I did. We still said nothing, walking slowly with our hands together. We matched our breathing so the silence of winter would not break. I wanted the moment to last as long as it could. There is only one first time in a lifetime. You held my hand lightly, standing beside me in silence. It's okay, you didn't say it out loud, but I heard it in the way you held me. The silence on the Kemi River became the first conversation we truly shared. In the stillness of Kemi River, just walking with you eased every fear in me. The trembling at my fingertips had nothing to do with the cold, and you seemed to understand that too. As the sun lowered and red lights settled across the ice, I didn't let go of your hand, and you didn't let go of mine. And then I knew this winter will not be mine alone. In the stillness of the Kemi River, our first warmth began. We walk through a small street where snow rose nearly to our knees. Under the old bridge in Oulu, the river moved in a dark, steady flow, and the yellow reflections warmed the quiet distance between us. With no one else around, you and I were the only ones slowing the night down. We both knew the moment to part was approaching, yet our steps kept getting slower. Just standing beside you made something gentle and precious grow in me, and I breathed more deeply, more quietly than usual. Then I heard your small, soft laugh, a sound that felt like it wanted the night to stay a little longer. Lights trembled on the river, and our hearts moved with them. I didn't want to turn away, not tonight. Under the lights of Oulu, we held on to a night neither of us wished to end. Even without speaking, we knew neither wanted to go home yet. A quieter feeling than falling snow spread through my chest, and though we made no promises, I already knew we wanted to see each other again. You slipped your hand from your pocket and gently touched the edge of my coat before letting it go. From that small gesture alone, I understood everything. I paused and looked up at the long stretch of Oulu's lights across the sky, and I thought, I wish this night were a little longer. You said quietly, should we walk a little more? Those simple words felt like the warmest confession the winter could hold. I answered by turning my steps toward you. Oulu's night seemed made for the two of us to walk together. Under the lights of Oulu, we turned down another street just to delay the moment of goodbye, and walked back even slower. Every place we paused held a trace of warmth, the warmth that reached the deepest part of me. When we finally reached the corner where we had to part, you breathed in softly and looked at me. From that look alone, I understood you didn't want this night to end either. Under the lights of Oulu, our first winter night stayed long, gentle and unforgettable. We didn't speak at first, you loosened your scarf. I set my damp gloves near the stove, and we watched the darkness settle slowly into the room. You smiled just a little, and with that the night warmed in a quiet way. Outside snow kept falling, inside only the wood crackled. Your shoulder drifted closer to mine, slowly, as though you had been waiting for this moment all along. And I didn't move away, not even a little.
like slow winter eyes. In the midnight cabin, words became unnecessary. Only our breaths filled the small wooden room. In the darkness, warmth alone was enough to understand each other, more certain than anything spoken loud. You almost said my name and then stopped. A silence softer than whispering. I nodded because I understood. As the storm outside grew louder, the wind inside us faded into calm. The back of my hand, I realized something, that this winter night held its deepest moment right here. In the midnight cabin, we spoke with the warmth of breath and closeness. No words, just the simple way our hearts leaned forward at the same time. The snow didn't stop and the night refused to end, but I knew in this quiet cabin darkness, our hearts had finally begun to hold light. We walked again, the wind sharp, our words small and warm. Each time we paused, a snowflake rested on my shoulder, adding another quiet second to the time we shared. We look like two people walking a road with no end. Your hand held mine with a steady warmth, and in those simple moments I kept wishing, if only this path were endless. But somewhere between us a faint drop slipped in, a breath of distance I couldn't name then, not knowing it was the beginning of space between our hearts. The winter road we walked felt like it would never end, yet each step we took was quietly pointing in different directions. I realized it only much later, even so, on that road we were truly one. Snow kept falling and we kept walking. The silence between us grew longer, and I wished I could hear your heart as clearly as my own. Your faint breath, my restless pace, they no longer move together. Still I wanted to believe that this road belonged to us, that no winter could
Did you feel the same, or had a different thought already begun to bloom inside you? The winter road we walked was long, but our hearts were longer still. Maybe that's why I couldn't accept the slow drift between us. At the end of the road, I turned back. Our footprints ran side by side, close then apart, then close again. And looking at them, I understood winter lasts long, but the time shared between two people moves in a far more delicate way. Moves in a far more delicate way. We walked together across the ice, only the wind's thin breath touching our ears. A lone seagull cried somewhere far away, its voice floating slowly over the frozen bay. You tightened your gloved hand around mine, and that small warmth reached me before the cold wind did. Leaning toward each other, we took careful steps under the ice. Dark water slept in deep silence, and above it we clung to each other's warmth, as though sharing a single breath. But suddenly I felt a faint tremor in your fingertips. Was it the cold or something you didn't say? I couldn't tell. On the breathing surface of the frozen sea, we endured winter with nothing but each other's warmth. Yet at some point that warmth was no longer enough to melt the quiet loneliness growing inside me. Did you notice it too? The thin crack forming between our hearts. Your steps slowed and I didn't ask why. You looked at me briefly as if reading a change you couldn't name. We didn't face each other, we kept looking forward, walking through winter side by side, yet not entirely together. I held your hand a little tighter, hoping it might steady the part of me that was slipping. But even warmth cannot stop two hearts from drifting apart. The frozen sea breathes softly around us, fragile glow, but the empty space inside me, that part refused to grow warm. At dusk we stood side by side on the ice, a cold wind passed, and in that wind I understood we were together, yet each of us was already walking a different winter. We walk the forest path, listening to the gentle sound of wind sliding through the bark. I glanced at you without letting you notice. Your smile was still warm, yet within it lay a faint shadow I couldn't quite name. A sudden gust passed through, and the pines bent as though exhaling a long breath. In that moment, I sensed that our hearts too were shifting, a small silent crack growing where neither of us had looked closely, dear. Your footsteps stayed beside mine, but felt angled toward somewhere else, and somehow the forest wind recognized that change before our of us did. In the whispering pine forest, the wind spoke what we could not. It brushed past us, stirring the air between our shoulders, and I realized for the first time that we were beginning to face different directions. Still, your presence beside me remained warm. You pointed to a snow-covered branch and laughed softly, but the warmth of that laugh did not reach me in the same way anymore. Only then did I understand the change I had felt in the wind. Take your hand. If I did, perhaps this trembling would stop. If I didn't, perhaps we would drift further apart. But the wind, knowing more than I did, moved quietly between us. In the whispering pine forest, the wind illuminated the
the truths we try to hide. Even a single breath of air was enough to reveal the growing distance between us. At the end of the trail, I lifted my gaze to the trembling branches, and in that quiet moment I understood nature always hears the heart's change first, and we, without knowing, had already begun walking into the winter of our love. There was a time when coming here meant clarity. Your face, my heart, reflected in the lake as if nothing could disturb us. But tonight, though the water remained calm, the way I saw you felt different, as if you were standing a little farther away than before. You watched the starlit surface for a long, quiet moment. I wanted to read your expression, to catch whatever lived behind your eyes, but your gaze seemed to drift past me, reaching somewhere I could not follow. It wasn't the lake that changed, it was my heart as it looked at you. There was no end, yet something inside me sent out a small ripple, a ripple that revealed a new shadow, one that belonged to both of us. The starlight on Saimaa was just as beautiful as ever, but the hearts that watched it were no longer the same. The water reflected you perfectly, yet in that reflection I could no longer find the version of me who once stood beside you. What had faded was not the scene of me, but the single shared feeling we once carried. You reached for my hand, then quietly hesitated. From that small hesitation alone, I understood everything. It wasn't your fault, nor mine. Our inner shapes were simply changing in ways neither of us could stop. I closed my eyes and remembered last winter. The shoreline was bright then, your touch certain, your presence warm. But now those memories felt as if they were slowly sinking beneath surface. When Saimaa's reflected light touched our hearts again, I finally understood. Light hadn't changed, but the way we received it had shifted toward a different winter. We stood side by side along the quiet shore, yet our hearts were already parting in silence. The starlight stayed steady, but my heart was scattering along a new unfamiliar current.
Last night we parted without a word. You smiled, but the warmth of that smile did not stay with me the way it once did. When I opened my eyes at dawn, my breath trembled lightly, like frost forming on cold glass. Outside, silence lingered and snow fell in slow, quiet drifts. I pictured the direction you walked the moment you turned away, without saying anything. That memory settled on my heart even before the frost touched the window. When had we begun to drift apart? Perhaps the answer had been hiding in the winter winds, long before we noticed. On this frost-covered morning in Hämeenlinna, the day you grew distant, the white marks on the glass descended into me as well. A cold that couldn't be wiped away spread quietly through my chest, and I felt myself falling inward without a sound. Steam rose from the kettle, yet even that warmth did not reach my fingertips. Moments we shared still lingered faintly in the room, so I drew a slow breath, only to find that the air returned, chilled and empty. I reached toward the window, touching the cold surface. Nothing answered my hand, and in that breath of this frosted morning outlined the final shape of our winter. The room became only a little colder, yet somehow my heart broke far more deeply when I brushed the frost with my fingertips. The blurred world outside slowly appeared. You weren't in it, and neither was I. Only winter lay quiet over Hämeenlinna. Along the path we once walked often, a cold breeze slipped through the cracks of the broken wall. It carried neither warmth nor bitterness, just a simple motion that reminded me of the growing gap inside my own heart. There was a time when this wall seemed solid whenever we passed it together. The smallest fracture went unnoticed beneath the comfort of our closeness. But slowly a stone loosened, snow settled into the empty space, and its shape began to shift. Our time was fading in the same quiet way. The sound of crumbling stone was almost silent. That silence hurt more. I never knew love could end with so little noise. The ruins before me resembled our days, still standing on the outside, yet inside cracks had already spread too far. Even as snow fell and covered the broken pieces, they never returned to where they once belonged. Our time was no different. Now I understand why your smile felt softer each time I saw it, like a stone slipping away from a weakened wall. Our hearts were losing their shape bit by bit. I reached out and brushed the snow from between the stones. No matter how much I cleared, the empty space remained, and that emptiness resembled the shape of our hearts too closely. and I wondered if even this slow collapse might be our final form. Standing before the ruins, I recalled how we laughed here once. Those memories were still warm but far beyond reach. The winter wind moved through the broken stone, shaking gently the last of our shared season. On this path, I used to hear your footsteps right beside my shoulder. That small sound used to warm half the road we walked together. But today, there was no sound at all. A faint snowfall drifted down, and I pulled my scarf a little higher. The seasons we shared on this road returned to me one by one. Your smile in the cold, your hand brushing snow from my hair. Those memories appeared in my chest even before my steps did. But the more I walked, the farther away you felt, as if you belonged to another shore of time. And quietly I began to accept that this was how it would be. A quiet path I walk alone, I had to accept you no longer walk beside me. The winter air was cold, but colder still was the white blank space left without you. I slowly came to a stop. Out of habit I turned to look for you, but no one was standing there. I never knew an empty space could feel this large. I started walking again. This solitary road still felt unfamiliar, but I sensed that someday even this silence would become a part of my life. The thought settled into me like a small comfort. This quiet path alone, I was slowly beginning to make it my own. The seasons we walked together faded behind me, and the winter inside me was beginning to shift. At the end of the trail, I looked out over a field of white, and for the first time the desire to lift myself felt a little stronger than the desire to wait for you. On this winter road, I was learning how to walk alone. You didn't say anything at all, yet the winter air seemed to understand your heart before I did. Cold enough to reach the bone. Your shadow beside me trembled on the snow, and only later did I realize that tremble was our final signal. The words you couldn't speak were spoken by the Lapland wind instead. Every breath of it carried the thin edge of a farewell. The sentences you tried to hide became clearer and clearer, etched into the pale winter sky above us. I finally understood silence can be the most accurate kind of last words. The wind never lies, and that day it followed my steps, whispering that I had to let you go. The Lapland wind told me your final words. It wasn't your voice, yet it hurt as if it were. Even without speaking, I knew it was over. Snow-like silence kept falling onto my heart. After you left, I stayed there for a long time. All other sounds faded, and only the wind remained beside me. Inside that wind, the words you never said took shape as if completing their unfinished meaning. Now I understand. Goodbyes don't always end with spoken words. At winter's edge, I remembered your warmth, and the wind carried even that far from me. The final words the Lapland wind delivered, they belong to you, and now they belong to my winter. Once I walk through this wind, I know another season will begin. But tonight I stood still and held the wind close. Under a sky blurred with snow, I realized how sharply I could feel your absence. And the wind brushed past me one last time, softly, as if saying, you can let go now. Between darkness and dawn, your steps carved a path forward. You said nothing, but the direction you walked was enough for me to understand. that our time had reached its quiet end. And as the prince grew smaller, so did the warmth I held inside. The wind stilled, and only the long shadows of the trees followed you into the forest. I stood there, unable to move, watching the white woods wait for you. Your warmth had vanished, yet your traces remained, slowly cooling on the surface of the snow. Perhaps every road we shared was leading us toward this white forest, a long silent foretelling you toward your season, I toward mine, a quiet dividing line finally drawn. Footprints leading to the white forest, and the moment the last one was swallowed by the trees, I understood love doesn't always end with a cry or a break. Sometimes it ends simply by disappearing back, quiet as snow. I walked to the beginning of your trail, close enough to reach you, yet already too far to touch that distance. That was our final moment. The morning air beneath the branches was erasing you, and I watched as the erasing hurt more than the leaving. Should I turn back or follow? I hesitated, but only for a moment. In the end, I didn't enter the forest. It had become your world, not mine. I remained right at the threshold, footprints leading to the white forest. You vanished at their end, and I stood still, but disappearance is not the whole story. Letting you go was a road I had only just begun to walk. Snow began to fall again, soft and slow. It covered your trail, then covered my hesitation, and gently I covered you in my heart as well, hoping that wherever your winter carries you, it will not be cold. You boarded the train without a word. I stood at the edge of the platform, unsure whether I should raise my hand or keep it still. Your face in the window was already turned towards the dark ahead, and in that moment I understood that your heart had moved away from mine. The train began to move, splitting the snow-covered land with a gentle tremor. Your silhouette wavered as if it might vanish at any second, but I didn't reach out. Love doesn't stay just because someone asks it to. Between passing windows,
shadow stretched longer and fainter until it folded quietly into the night. And with it, some vague resolve in me dissolved as well. A train into the Arctic night, I watched the scene as it swallowed you whole. Fading lights, shifting snowfields, and me left behind on a silent platform. Goodbye, I learned, move slowly but unmistakably. Even after the train disappeared completely, I couldn't make myself leave. The snow under my feet melted from my warmth and froze again. A small change that somehow resembled our time together. It struck me then, this was the first time I let you go without tears. Perhaps it wasn't the ending that startled me, but the quiet acceptance that rose inside me in its place. A train fading into the Arctic night, when its last light dimmed, I finally understood. A farewell is not only watching someone leave, it is also learning to stay with the part of yourself that remains. A single star hung in the winter sky, and a faint breeze swept across the snow where the train had passed. In that breeze I felt a small, unexpected calm. For the first time I sensed that I might begin to be alright. The pier we walked so often, a thin layer of snow, brought back memories one by one. The harbor lights trembled softly, like the hours I had spent waiting for you. They held me there far longer than I expected. I couldn't leave, and strangely, the act of not leaving felt almost warm. Ships in the distance rocked as if breathing slowly, and seabirds cried low in the drifting snow, as though they too had lost their way. Every sound reminded me of your voice, and I found myself once again at the edge of winter's quiet, was not made of sadness alone. Sometimes it was the heart's way of holding on to what remained. I realized then I stayed not for you, but for the part of me that still lingered in the snowfall behind Helsinki harbor. I kept waiting long after I knew you would not return, but the waiting didn't abandon me. Little by little it held me up. It was lonely, yet warm, warm, yet inevitably lonely. As time passed, your footsteps faded further and further from a dark lookout point. I watched the snow layer upon the sea. That quiet scene gently cleared the deepest corners of my heart. Now I understand. Waiting for you was never about your return. It was the road that carried me back to myself. In the snowfall, I slowly began to reclaim what remained of my heart. Behind Helsinki harbor, beneath falling snow, I finally let go of your season. And in the empty space left behind, a small trembling warmth began to rise, as fragile as a drifting light. When the last snowfall melted into the sea, I turned away and took my first step. At the end of waiting, there was not only loneliness, there was a quiet recovery settling over me like snow. A thin morning glow slip beneath the window, filling the room with the cold breath of winter. In that stillness, the days we shared returned in soft blue tones, wrapping themselves gently around me. Once, longing meant pain, a quickening heart, a tightening breath. But now it felt different. Thinking of you no longer made me tremble, and tears did not rise first. Instead, small remnants of love, quiet and unforced, lingered within
the sun rose, I learned how to miss you without hurting. Not by suppressing anything, but by letting the warmth of you rise softly from deep inside me. That gentle shade of blue made me feel strangely beautiful for a moment, as the light beneath the curtain grew slightly brighter. I suddenly realized our season had ended, but the feelings it left behind were slowly shaping a new place within me. The blue hour always stays briefly, but in that brief moment it can illuminate the heaviest parts of the heart. I thought of you and knew I wasn't living in the dark anymore. This quiet longing did not disappear, but it no longer hurt me. The feeling I held for you became a part of my winter, walking beside me in a form that was no longer cold. When the eastern sky shifted into pale gold, I took a deep breath. The longing remained, but the person within it, the person I had become, felt steadier than before. And just before sunrise, I finally smiled. You had gone far away, and I remained alone in this northern winter. One such silence would have shattered me, but today it sounded different. Less like emptiness, more like something quietly holding me. The traces left in the snow were frozen into stillness, as if ready to disappear. My heart too was slowly taking on a new shape, even in the hollow you left. A faint warmth began to gather. This silence was not only about your absence, nor merely about my solitude. It was, I realized, the final stretch of the long road back to myself. Northern silence remaining. You had left and I still stayed, but when I finally but a quiet calm resting at its core, and I accepted it as part of me. A slow wind passed through the branches, cold and gentle, and in its chill I felt a strange warmth. Being alone no longer meant falling apart, it meant standing on my own ground. The place where love ended was not an empty hollow, it was a new white field where I could finally stand upright again. In that silence I began to melt the oldest wounds I had been carrying. The northern silence no longer weakened me, it became the space where I called myself back, and even the part of me that still held you found a gentle place to rest. Far in the distance, morning light began to rise. I looked once more at the silence settled on the snow, then slowly took a step forward. You had gone, but within this silence I felt at last that I could bring my winter to a close. It was the moment when winter sunlight crossed the yard and gently touched the tips of my feet. A small, unremarkable warmth slowly climbed up my legs and lingered near my chest then. Though it had been so long, you brushed past me. No intention, no calling, just like a quiet fragment of winter slipped into my day. I sat in the sunlit corner, quietly holding a cooling cup of coffee between both hands. There was no wind, only the faint scent of bricks and old wooden beams drifting near. Somehow that scent brought the trace of you with it. Tell me, why is it only on days like this that you rise so vividly? As the light melts everything else away, your face becomes even clearer. Before I can resist it, I believed I had erased it, that old feeling. But winter's breath has a way of uncovering what I thought I'd buried. Even a single ray of sunlight is enough for you to return to me. Warm winter, and suddenly you came back to mind. I didn't call for you, yet you rippled through the sunlight as if you had always been near. I didn't reach for you, I didn't search. Still something in the warm air walked toward me, like your memory quietly, softly you bloomed again. And
under the name of longing. Feeling even the smallest shadow grow warm, I took a breath and lifted my gaze to the pale winter sky. There was nothing there, just an empty expanse, yet a faint shape remained where you once passed through my life. The weather was gentle, the wind said nothing, and yet my heart trembled like an old window shaken by a passing memory. People say winter quiets everything, but why is it that in this season alone you returned with such clarity? Maybe the warmth you left behind never truly vanished. Maybe it spread slowly like steady afternoon light and slipped into my present life. I don't know the reason, but that quiet warmth strangely keeps me alive. Warm winter, and again you rose within me. The words I forgot you feel a little dishonest now. Drenched in winter sunlight, my heart holds your name like something soft and familiar today too, as if nothing has changed. You quietly bloom again. As the sunlight tilted and the shadows along the road began to move, I felt winter's breath unfold once more inside me. There, still faint but undeniably present, was the warmth you left long ago. Warm into you, returned to mind, and in that moment I felt a little less cold. Today I felt a few long-kept words begin to harden somewhere inside me. They weren't born from blame nor from regret that could no longer be undone. They were simply words I should have spoken in some forgotten moment, words that cooled on their own. After being held back too long, I listened as they froze. The winter air outside was unusually sharp today. In that coldness, the words inside me lost their warmth one by one, settling like old stones at the bottom of a quiet room. Words that never became sound lose their shape in time, and at some point turn transparent like ice. I couldn't tell why that transparency hurt the way it did. Silence doesn't erase words, it sharpens their outlines. The colder the silence becomes, the longer a last bit of warmth remains trapped within the words. Old words freeze in silence, every emotion that failed to flow in the moment it should have solidifies now in the cold air around me. But they aren't simply cold, inside the ice are small traces of the heart I never voiced. Today, for the first time, I looked at them without turning away. I placed my hand on the desk and felt the weight of those frozen words. It was a weight that belonged to no one, not to me, not to you, not even to the time that passed between us. Each unsaid word had formed a thin layer of ice, and those layers were stacked gently atop one another. I traced them slowly, speaks more than any attempted sentence. Today, I stepped into one of those moments while its head risen, all the way to my lips, did not escape. Instead, they were caught in the cold breath of winter. Between those stalled words, I saw the shadow of an old part of myself. Strangely, that shadow still resembled me. Old words freeze again, deeper this time, held in a more complete silence. I sat it across from the empty space they left behind. And though it looked hollow, it was not void. Within it breathed the heart I could never bring myself to speak. As winter's presence filled the room and the air grew colder, I sat beside the frozen words and slowly exhaled. Each breath made them tremble just slightly, but never melt. And somehow that felt right. Some words are meant to remain frozen. Tonight I accepted their silence. Especially deep today, no snowfall, no harsh wind, yet the air around me held a coldness 2 shades heavier than usual. I searched for the source of that quiet chill until I realized winter was flowing in through the space you had left behind, without a sound, but with unmistakable weight. The place you emptied seemed hollow at first, but as time passed, that emptiness became a season of its own. Day by day it deepened, reaching further into the inner rooms of my heart. Silent emotions, unspoken warmth, and old remnants of longing gathered beneath winter's face and looked back at me. I did not turn away. Absence at times leaves a greater echo than presence. Through the space you left, winter began to shape me anew. Winter deepens without you, along the outline of your absence. A cold breath reaches the deepest part of my heart. I couldn't measure the depth of it, but I knew this where your warmth once rested. Winter was taking root, and I quietly let it deepen. As evening came and the shadows lengthened, winter wrapped around me more tightly. It was a stillness I had never known. When you were here within that stillness, I traced the old grain of my heart through those lines, past winter's honest cold, cold but true. Beneath that breath, the forgotten piece of myself began to show its faint outline. I placed nothing in the space you left. Instead, I allowed the winter
person. Without you, winter grew deeper than yesterday and quieter than today. In that depth, I saw the true temperature of my heart. It was low, but somehow it helped me endure a winter deepening without you. Within that winter, I met myself again. When night finally settled, winter had already found its place within me. The space you left and the winter that entered overlapped into a single shape. I looked at that shape in silence, a winter deepening without you. That winter was shaping the person I became today. My cheek, I heard echoes of your voice in the angle of light. Settling on the window pane, the outline of your face appeared. I drew in a quiet breath, and before I realized it, winter had already begun to whisper your name without sound. Returning, following that presence, I understood something. Winter felt natural around me because it had always held traces of you. A heart does not cling to what has vanished, it deepens toward what remains. And today's winter was filled with the shape of you. Winter carries your face within it, in its quiet breath, its distant warmth, its nearness that feels far. Your expression is woven through every time I look at winter. I meet you again. Seasons may turn, but the face I cannot erase stays and becomes the season itself. As the snowfall slowed into a gentle drift, I remembered the light in your eyes, a little cold, endlessly clear, and inexplicably warm. Every shade of winter resembled the emotion you once held. I traced the temperature with the back of my hand, and in that brief moment, the boundary between you and winter looking into winter just to read the imprint of your face. You had not disappeared. You had simply borrowed the shape of a season, and somehow that truth helped me endure. Winter resembles you in every trembling moment, when light scatters, when wind shifts, when snow settles softly. There you are again, your expression turned into a white season, stayed with me far longer than I expected. When night fell and the world quieted, I looked once more into the winter outside. In that dim, distant glow, your face appeared again, blurred but unmistakably yours. Winter, after all, is the season that holds your remnants, and within that season I quietly called your name. Today the sunlight felt unusually slow and tender when it slid down the wall and rested lightly on the back of my head. I stopped moving without meaning to. A thin layer of winter warmth settled around me, not quite staying, not quite leaving. Caught in that quiet boundary, I took a breath and let the light reach me. I leaned back in the chair and followed the faint drift of warmth along my skin. The sunlight brushed my shoulder, touched my cheek, and soaked quietly into the surface of my heart. In that moment, I stood somewhere between an unexplainable calm and a small wordless ache. Winter sunlight always finds me like this, warm and sorrowful in the same breath. I didn't push the light away nor try to hold on to it. Instead, I simply endured the moment my heart began to soften. Winter always passes through me in this gentle way. I soak quietly in winter sunlight. The deeper the warmth seeps, the more a faint trembling spreads through the center of me. Neither tears nor laughter, just the stillness between the two. So I sat, resting in the light, watching the direction my heart flowed toward on its own. lately. Old memories open their door just a crack inside them. A thin trace of someone's warmth rose and spread. I couldn't say whether it was yours or something else entirely, but for that brief moment it felt genuinely warm and softly painful. When you stay in the light long enough, the heart begins to resemble it. It quiets, it steadies, and sometimes it becomes almost transparent. In that clear moment, I looked into a deeper part of myself, a place where an unnamed feeling was moving slowly, like a ripple beneath ice. Again I soak in winter sunlight, and as the light tilts toward evening, the waves inside me shift softly with it. Even without holding on, even without letting go, the feeling spreads like sunlight through fabric, changing me in ways too gentle to notice at first. Today, I paused in front of that change. The light finally withdrew to the far edge of the room, and even the warmth in the air grew thin. Yet my heart remained warm with what the light had left behind. I drew in a quiet breath and accepted that softness, soaking in winter sunlight. That moment I endured is what allows me to meet this season with a gentler heart. Today I felt a faint stirring from a corner of my heart. At first I thought it was the sound of wind, but soon I realized it was winter quietly entering me. Not rushed, not urgent, a season that arrives in its own time, descending slowly and choosing the innermost room to settle in that moment. I couldn't say a word. Winter had taken its first breath inside my heart. I always thought winter came from the outside in, but today I met it from within, deep in the place no one else can reach, where old memories and stored away thoughts lie in silent layers. Winter sat down, not cold, not warm, but with a quiet presence that seemed to straighten the very bottom of my feelings, and I accepted that gentle weight. Winter enters by the
slowest, most patient path. My heart follows, sinking gradually into its own calm. It pushes nothing aside, yet it makes room all the same. Today I welcome that season inside me. Deep within my heart, winter takes root with a calm that isn't dark. It fills me bit by bit, old echoes, unsaid words, scattered emotions. They fall into place again under winter's breath. In the quiet of that settling, I say nothing and simply let winter find its home in me. All day I listen to that small sound rising from the center of me, a texture of feeling too subtle to describe, as if winter, having watched me for years, finally stepped inside. In that season I saw myself more clearly, the wounds I hid, the sorrows I had emptied, the remnants I avoided, all of it remained exactly as it was. And somehow, looking at them felt bearable today. There's a room in every heart that no one else can enter. I kept mine empty for a long time, perhaps believing no one could ever be allowed inside. But today, winter slipped in quietly. It didn't open the door or light the room. It simply sat beside me in the dimness, letting my heart settle into itself again. Deep within, winter takes a slow breath. When its breath aligns with mine, I become slower and somehow stronger. Old feelings left over longing under this winter, they begin to move in softer patterns, and I allow that shifting. As evening fell gently, the winter inside me didn't fade or wander. It remained quiet, still, present. I breathed with it, and in that shared breath found a steadiness I had not felt in years. The season that rooted itself in me today made me just a little stronger, and slowly I understood why. Today I felt something like a small, unnameable ache. Not sadness, not loneliness, but a feeling that rose slowly from somewhere deep in my bones, even before I called it longing. An old emotion had already begun to stir. In a
a fragile, trembling line. I didn't push it away or try to reach for it. I simply watched as it unfurled. The river of memory is sometimes so deep that you cannot tell what shape moves beneath it. But today, from under that dark water, something like your face rose faintly. No color, no light, only the impression of a forgotten expression, made of pure feeling. And that impression moved slowly into my bones. In that moment, the outline of my heart came into view. A heart changes, not from the surface, but from the deepest place, when something quiet inside it finally begins to tremble. Today, I felt that tremor for the first time in a long while. Longing reaches down to the bone, it passes the skin, passes the muscle, and touches the deepest part of me with a steady, quiet echo. In that echo, I face the emotions I believed I had erased. Only then does the true shape of the heart emerge, the place where your name still rests. I place my fingers gently on the pulse of my wrist. The rhythm felt unchanged, yet beneath it I sensed a vibration years older than my own heartbeat. It rose from a place deeper than forgetting. Perhaps longing is older than sorrow and more precise than memory. A root that never fully dies. Today, I think I brushed against that root. I don't know the full depth of the heart, but the small imprint someone left in me long ago has never lost its shape. Today, that imprint trembled from within my bones. It wasn't a cry to disappear, but an exhalation to remind me that it still lived. And in that breath, I remembered who I used to be. Longing seeps deeper into the bone, not painfully, not heavily, but with unmistakable form. Old sleeping pieces of myself stir and rise, each returning to its rightful place. And today, for the first time, I admitted that the part of me that turns toward you has remained unchanged. As evening lowered itself over the day, the trembling softened but never vanished. I followed the new line of feeling. Longing had carved in me and exhaled quietly, a feeling that reaches the bone, reveals the heart, and the version of myself that met that depth today was truer than the one I knew yesterday.
the sun gathers, there was no wind, only a quiet rise of warmth, as if winter placed its soft palm over my shoulder. In that warmth, I suddenly remember the shape of the body heat you once left beside me. No words, no intention, just a lingering shadow that had lived inside me for years. I had a book open, but the letters blurred into the sunlight and refused to be read. Instead of turning the page, I watched the light shift slowly across the floor. As it tilted, the faint shadow of you seemed to move with it. My dear, I didn't plan to think of anything today, but the warmer the sunlight became, the more insistently you returned. Your warmth, even after all this time, flares up again in moments like this. Winter sunlight is strange, it feels alive, softly wrapping around a person, pulling forgotten feelings back into the open. I wasn't trying to see you, you rose inside me simply because the light found you first. I lingered long in the winter sun, lean into a single gentle beam. I meant only to pass the day quietly, yet you slipped in, settling beside me without a sound. Like warm winter light, your old body heat softened my memories and filled the empty spaces in me, slowly, deliberately. I lifted the cup to catch the last fading scent of coffee. The aroma was faint, but the memory was strangely vivid. Sunlight wrapped around me, and in it you appeared with the expression you wore long ago, gazing at me in a silence I could almost hear. I only imagined that look, but even the imagining felt warm. When you sit a long time in sunlight, something in the heart loosens, thoughts tied tightly for years, melt thread by thread in the warmth. At the end of each thread, there you were, always there. I think I'm finally getting used to that, not that it makes anything lighter, only clearer. I lingered long in the winter sun, and as the light slid toward evening, your warmth reached deeper, more quietly. I didn't speak today, and neither did you, but the silence between us felt warmer than words. Memory lives this way, returning softly through sunlight. The light faded slowly toward the far wall, leaving only a thin winter shadow behind. Yet for reasons I can't explain, my heart felt warmer than before. Only at the final moment did I understand why I stayed so long in the sun today. The warmth there was enough to to bring you back, just briefly to sit beside me again. In the last line of sunlight, you rose quietly.
Snow was falling inside me. The sky outside was clear. The streets held no sign of winter. Yet deep within, small flakes kept rising and drifting through the hollow spaces. It wasn't sadness nor joy, just tiny particles of old emotion, floating quietly in the air of my heart. And within that drifting, I sense myself more clearly than usual. I read a book, sipped my coffee, looked out the window. But the snowfall continued. A feeling without a cause began to take shape, like a memory from long ago, turning into snow again, falling without sound, yet landing with depth. The snow inside me was never cold, that's why it reached so deeply. I could feel it collecting in quiet layers. Inside every heart lives a season the outside world cannot see. And today, my entire day was filled with the snow that falls only within. It didn't break me, it simply filled me. Snowfall building within me, in a weather no one else can feel. I soaked slowly into myself, emotions I couldn't name, couldn't erase, turned into thin flakes and settled, layer upon layer, over my heart. The snow inside me changed me again today, in ways so fine, I almost miss them. By evening, the fallen snow grew slightly heavier. In that thickness, a small piece of emotion I had once lost showed its faint outline. The face of it was unclear, the feeling small, yet the snow within me gathered around it softly, as if protecting it. That gentleness felt strangely like comfort. People speak only of the weather outside, but today I live closer to the weather within me. A winter no one knows, It's a snowfall no one else can witness inside it. I measured my heart's temperature anew, and I understood slowly that this snowfall was not burying me, but lifting me from within. The snow inside me falls again, covering deeper ground beneath it. No emotion escapes. Each settles into its rightful place, and I watch that settling quietly, accepting the winter that belongs only to me. Even after night arrived, the snow within me did not stop. Instead, its temperature softened, and the grain of my feelings grew calmer. I placed my hand gently over the heart-shaped drift. The snowfall had made this snow, falling only within me. It completed who I was today. Today I sensed the presence of days that had passed long ago. I thought they had turned to dust somewhere in memory, but they stepped out quietly and began to follow me. Each time the sunlight tilted, their shadows merged gently with mine. I didn't turn around, yet I knew those days were watching me from just behind. Those days were not made only of regret or longing. They carried warmth I thought I had lost, small joys I barely remembered, an emotion so old they no longer had names. As I walked, their shadows swayed slightly beneath my feet. That faint movement touched a silent corner of my heart. Inside us all is a quiet room where days that will never return today. As I listened to their silent conversation, I understood that the time I thought I had lost had never fully left me. Days that will never return walk beside me still. In their shadows I see the expressions of times long gone, though those expressions stopped moving years ago. The emotions behind them continue to flow. Touching that flow, I measured the depth of my heart once more. Even after the sun had completely disappeared, the shadows remained, they stayed. Even without light, quiet, faithful, and I accepted their gentle company. Days will never return. Looked at me today, and in the way they saw me, I found the faint outline of my own life, still present, still breathing. Nothing special happened today, yet a quiet emptiness lingered in me. Into that small hollow, as if to fill it the way snow fills a silent field. A gentle longing began to fall. It wasn't heavy, nor sharp, nor the kind that rises suddenly to the throat. It simply settled on one side of my heart, soft and fine, like something I could brush away with the tip of a finger, but chose not to. Looking out the window, I saw a small particle of dust floating in the winter sunlight. It hovered, then drifted downward. And for a moment, your memory followed the same path, coming to rest quietly over me. It didn't shake me, didn't echo, didn't call your name, but the faint trace of you felt unusually tender today. I realized that longing can approach this quietly, this gently. I didn't push the feeling away. Longing, this light only grows clearer the more one tries to erase it. So today I let it settle, just as it wished. A soft longing settles over me, wordless, formless, not even your face appearing in my mind. And still it gathers between the small grains of my heart. It doesn't hurt, doesn't overwhelm, but wraps me like a thin white layer of quiet. Today I finally understood why this feeling is called longing. I placed my hand gently on the corner of the desk and let out a shallow breath. The longing that had settled felt light enough to scatter with even the slightest wind. So I sat still as if to protect it. All it left behind was a thin warmth, just enough to slow my entire day into something softer. And strangely, that slowness comforted me. People say the heart changes as easily as the weather, but today's feeling was not rain, nor wind, nor storm. It was something finer, a delicate pattern that appears only where someone once passed through. I didn't erase that pattern, I had no reason to. I only wanted it to stay a little longer. Soft longing settles again, this time more slowly, more deeply, without your face, without your voice, with only the warmth that stops just before the heart. It flows along the hidden grain of my feelings. Today, for the first time, I think I heard the sound of longing as it softly settled. The sun had already tilted and the room grew slightly colder, yet in one corner of my heart a pale cluster of longing remained. I learned today that longing can also gather in hearts that do not ache, that it can fall softly, quietly, leaving nothing but a tender white trace. And in that trace I whispered your name without meaning to. Today I wondered what shape my unspoken love might have taken in this world. Those words were not dust adrift, nor a breeze that came and went. Somewhere they must have been gathering, condensing without notice, and at some point, I don't know when, that condensation became small flakes of snow, falling gently across the world. I watched as the first flake descended. The feelings I never brought into speech, they drifted through the air as snow that was not cold. They trembled in the wind, yet eventually found a surface to settle upon. Their traces looked fragile, as if they would vanish soon, but they lingered longer than expected. Love, I realized, was too quiet a thing to leave the world with force, and so it was reborn under the name of snow. Unspoken love never disappears, it simply changes form and touches the world in another way. Unspoken love falls as snow in the silence that blankets the world. I finally felt the weight of the heart I left unsaid. temperature in which all of my love lay scattered. And today as I watched that scattering, I drew a quiet breath. I brushed lightly against the snow on the road inside it. I found the sentences I never spoke, the names I never called, the tomorrows I never began. The snow held all of it without losing its own glow. And I was surprised to discover how warm that glow felt. Perhaps love is not something that must be spoken. The moments I swallowed down, the feelings that halted halfway, the emotions that never reach their shape, one day they return as snow and cover our lives. Today I understood that truth for the first time. The love I could not speak had not disappeared. It had remained in the world under a quieter name. A lingering of love falls like snowy land softly on my shoulders, on branches, on the colors of passing strangers. No one knows its source, yet the love is undeniably there. I breathed in that presence and measured the temperature of my heart. When the night deepened and the world grew silent, the love I never spoke fell once more as larger, gentler snow. Beneath that snowfall I realized my unspoken love had never once disappeared. It had lived on, moving through the world as snow. Today again, I ask myself the same question. Why can't I let you go? My mind knows clearly that you are long gone, that this story has already ended. But my heart lives in a different time, one where you still stand beside me. Between those two times I found myself unable to move. It is easy to say I should let go, but the heart does not let go through words nor through willpower alone. A heart opens on its own one day, or closes reluctantly at the end of a season. My feelings for you have not yet closed. This lingering openness I didn't understand, why it lasted so long, and that frightened me in a quiet way. A heart dwells longer in memories where love remained than in the time when love was lost. And today I stayed again inside that lingering
Why can't my heart let you go? Though I know I should, my heart refuses to loosen its hold. I am not trying to grasp you, nor am I hoping you will return. I simply want the final warmth of you to stay with me just a moment longer. That small wish keeps holding me still. The deeper the night grew, the clearer your place became. Memories I should have erased, sharpened instead, a strange paradox I could not escape. I reached out, then pulled back again and again. Letting go felt too close to losing myself, and I wasn't certain if I was ready for that. So I held on not tightly, but barely. I realized something. People fail to let go not because of lingering desire, but because they cannot easily discard the version of themselves that once loved deeply. Even after you left, I needed to confirm that I was still myself. That need held on to me more firmly than you ever did. Tonight again, my heart cannot let you go. Words urging release have no power here. I accept the weight of this feeling, not as clinging, but as a refusal to force myself into forgetting, knowing that difference brought me a quiet peace. When winter night filled the room completely, I looked into the deepest part of my heart. There, a final flicker of you was still trembling. I decided not to extinguish it by force tonight. I will not question why I cannot let you go. This heart, unable to release you, is simply trying to protect what remains of me. Today the snow seemed to fall in one direction. The alley, the sky, even the wind tilted gently toward you, as if guided by an unseen pull. Watching that quiet tilt, I sensed something. My own heart was slipping in the same direction. No one could tell, but the movement was real. As each snowflake traveled from the high air down toward where you were, I felt my feelings follow the same path. The word love still felt too large age, and I couldn't yet name the exact color of my feelings for you. But one thing was certain, wherever my gaze rested, it drifted back to you, quietly, steadily, like snow. A heart like snowfall always has a direction. It trembles with the wind, but in the end it moves toward where it wishes to land. Snow, 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 falling toward you as the whole world leans gently in your direction. My heart settles into that same slope and moves closer to you. No words, no sound, only the feeling of gathering toward your name. All the while I walked, the snowfall continued. It was as if the world was marking a path toward you, drawing pale lines of light beneath my feet. Upon that path I heard a small confession from my own heart. It wasn't loud nor was it grand, but it knew its direction. It wished to reach you. Sometimes love begins not with a declaration, but with a simple tilt of the heart. There are moments when the direction of falling snow speaks more honestly than any words could. Today, the snow fell toward you, and within that snowfall, I admitted quietly, my heart had already begun to move your way. Snow falling toward you, and like the snow, my heart gathers there too. Each small feeling drops like a flake of white and builds a path leading straight to you. I walked along that soft, bright trail. At the end, your name glowed like snow in the night. As the night deepened, the snow grew heavier, and with its weight, the slope of my heart became unmistakable. I watched that leaning and smiled to myself. I didn't need to question where this feeling was heading. I already knew, like snow building toward you, my heart was on its way. Already seeing small flakes were drifting inside it. Snow had not begun,
Yet my thoughts had spread into white, quietly overtaking me. The room was still, and in that stillness I walked slowly toward the deepest part of myself. On that path, a few long forgotten feelings about you rose like dust in a slant of light. I can't say what started it, perhaps it was the way the steam from my tea dissolved a little more slowly today. Somewhere in that pause your name surfaced and drifted like a flake that hasn't yet chosen where to land. The more I tried to clear my mind, the more the thoughts tangled into a thicker white, and that pale blur filled the entire room. Nothing had happened, and yet everything felt already settled in place. I don't know how to measure the weight of thoughts. Something that begins light can suddenly cover the whole heart. And today, once again, my thoughts fell. Before the snow, my thoughts consume me, coating my heart in layers of white. Old questions about you rise again, clearer than before. Erase them and only the shadows disappear. The thoughts themselves grow sharper, illuminating me with a cold brightness. Today I walk in snow that hasn't even fallen. Outside still nothing moved, no wind, no sound, just an afternoon frozen in place. I sat inside the winter I had made for myself. As the thoughts piled up, some turned into faint smiles, others into regret, others still into wordless empty space. I watched the shape of that emptiness as if tracing its edges. Inside it, your face flickered as softly as a breath on glass. The winter of the heart arrives earlier than the weather. Memory comes first, then thought, each layer settling faster than snow. I realize again today that the quietest moments grow the strongest feelings. Silence is where winter begins. Before the snow falls, my thoughts turn white and cover me again beneath them. I walk slowly, meeting old emotions as if they were familiar silhouettes. Today I understood a little better why some memories remain. There are faces seen only through accumulated thought. The sky never released its snow, yet my heart was already winter. Over the pale drift of thoughts I exhaled quietly, watching the breath dissolve into the cold of the room. Today I crossed the snowfall that hadn't begun, and at the far end of that path your name trembled just slightly, like the first flake that chooses where to little longer. Let the longing frozen deep inside my heart. That longing was sorrow, regret, and the quiet shadow of a love that never fully reached its shape. I knew it had not melted yet, yet somehow its surface had begun to change. Very slowly, but unmistakably. Longing, like a season, moves at its own pace. It lingers long enough to seem eternal. But a certain light or a passing breeze can make its shape tremble. Each time I felt that trembling, I understood. This feeling too will one day soften under a different season. Not now, but someday. Letting go of a feeling is not an act of will. It is surrendering to the temperature that finally allows it to change. Even longing melts someday when spring light reaches the deepest part of winter in me. The sorrow long settled there will loosen and begin to flow. It will not disappear, it will move, and in that movement I will meet a newer version of myself. Like the dust that melts first beneath the snow, a small opening appeared in my heart. Through that opening, a faint warmth seeped in. It did not erase what love had left behind. It simply softened its outline. I did not try to hold the change in place. I let it move as it wished. I know this. Every emotion moves. It cannot be held, and it cannot be torn away. It merely reshapes itself in the presence of warmth. Longing is such an emotion. I am not releasing it. It is simply waiting for the day it can melt on its own. Someday, this feeling too will yield to spring light and soften into flow. When that day comes, I will not fear the change. Longing beneath spring melts like snow and continues on under Yet somewhere inside, a quiet shift had already begun. Even longing melt someday, knowing only this made the day a little warmer.
At some point today, I looked closely at the parts of myself that had collapsed. The edges worn down by time, the spaces emptied by loss, the small fractures left by passing emotions. Each side of those gaps reminded me how far I had come and how much I had broken. Yet through those openings, winter entered, quiet, clean, as if trying to raise me again. I realize today that winter is not the season that breaks things. It is the season that rebuilds what has fallen. White snow covered the scattered pieces of my heart, and the quiet wind drew my wandering thoughts back together. Within the frozen stillness, I began to feel a small center inside me, fragile, yet unmistakably alive. Only when a person collapses do they see what they are made of, and sometimes it is winter's firm silence, not warmth, that fills their broken places. Winter builds me again wherever I had fallen. It seeped in softly and aligned the scattered pieces. One by one, within its cold, steady breath, I returned to a shape that could endure again. Winter did not break me, it lifted me from a deeper place and set me upright. When evening came and the ice on the road held the light, I sensed that same firmness forming inside me. A heart so easily fractured before began slowly to solidify into a new shape. It wasn't a harsh hardness, it was a layer that protected me, and the heart that once trembled found balance within that quiet shield. I came to understand winter doesn't mourn what was lost, it gathers what remains and begins its slow reconstruction. The parts of my heart I thought had vanished
were simply scattered, waiting for winter to return them to their places. Winter builds me again, today's breath, today's stillness, today's deep chill have become the pillars that hold me. Leaning on those pillars, I breathed again and took one more step forward. When night fully settled, I suddenly knew I was standing again. No one had lifted me, and I had not forced myself upright. It was winter, quietly surrounding my weakest corners, gathering the broken edges and building me back into myself. Winter that builds me again, that winter shaped the person I am tonight. I felt a small path open quietly inside my heart. The layers of emotion that winter had covered for so long began to lift, and beneath them the original shape of my heart slowly appeared. It was not as cold as I feared. In truth, it had been protecting me far longer than I realized. Through the winter, I had watched many parts of me break and harden again. Yet once the snow cleared, none of that sharpness remained. Instead, the softened grain of my feelings drew a quiet curve, a shape that did not hurt me, a line that gently acknowledged the time I had endured. In that curve, I felt myself return. Perhaps a heart reveals its true temperature only after winter passes. Only when the snow is gone did I finally see the clear outline of my heart. What remains after the snow clears? A heart not cold, but warmed by the long breath of everything it carried. As winter receded, the hidden grain of my heart softened back into view. Tracing that grain with my fingertips, I learned it as well. What remained was not ache, not regret, not the pressure of old emotions, but the quiet center I'd been protecting all along. And now, without distortion, I could finally look at it. It was the only gift winter left behind. I came to understand what remains after snow clears is never emptiness. It is a clean space, a place where new feelings can flow, and old ones can rest in that space. I met myself again. The heart left behind after the snow clears was no longer frozen. It had softened by the length of what I endured and grown transparent by the tears I had shed. I looked at that heart without fear. It was a shape only someone who has lived through winter could possess. Before evening fell, I looked once more at the ground where the snow had lifted there. A faint warmth remained, the temperature of a heart I thought I had lost. That warmth comforted me and quietly set me in motion again. What remains after the snow clears? That heart completed the person I became today. For a long time, I believed I was holding on to longing, but perhaps it was longing that held on to me. It rooted itself deep inside my heart, and I stepped on its shadow countless times a day. But today, so quietly, I almost missed it. The fingertips of longing slipped out of my grasp. I felt the exact moment it happened. Longing left without a sound. It did not hurt like a parting, nor weigh on me like a final tear. It drifted away as if returning to its rightful place, like a season putting itself in order after its work was done. In its wake, it left a lightness I accepted without surprise, for I had always known this moment would come someday. A great deal of time, and when that time is ripened enough, the feeling lets go on its own. The moment longing releases me, I am able to release myself. The heart I have been holding tight softens into a quiet new breath. It is not joy suddenly understood what confined me was not longing itself, but the part of me that could not let go. Now in the place where longing's hand once rested, only stillness remained. Not emptiness, but space, a space where new feelings might someday enter, and old ones could finally rest. I breathed into that space and felt my first quiet relief. Sometimes we do not become free by discarding a feeling, but by waiting until the feeling moves away from us. The longing that bound me for so long eventually chose its own departure. I did not stop it, I simply watched as the moment unfolded. The moment longing releases me, I do not collapse instead. The long-tied knot within me loosens gently, and in that loosening, for the first time in a long while, I am able to walk lightly into the day. With a faint strip of light remaining in the evening sky, I felt the weight inside me shift. The hand of longing was no longer beside me. What remained was neither hope nor sadness, but the quiet freedom of a single breath. The moment longing releases me, I return at last to myself. Trace remained in its place, lay an empty space, a faint warmth, and a silence I could not explain, but instantly recognized. I looked at that silence as if seeing my heart for the first time. There was no sorrow, no ache, no lingering shadow, stillness. After the emotions I had held for so long finally moved on, the emptiness left behind did not feel foreign. It felt like a small patch of earth, quiet, steady, ready to hold something new someday. And on that quiet ground, a very small piece fell like dust. I did not touch it, I only watched it settle. Peace is not something we search for, nor something that arrives because we wait. It simply enters naturally into the spaces left open after all feelings have passed. Small peace beyond longing, it does not declare meaning, does not speak, does not shine. It simply rests in the lowest part of my heart. I did not try to hold it, I placed it gently on the quiet that remained. Da 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 da. The wounds I could not see before had already healed, and the things I thought I had lost had taken new shapes within me. And at the end of all that change came not joy, not triumph, but a small, wordless relief. I studied the shape of that relief as if touching it with my eyes. Peace does not live on the opposite side of longing. It lives inside the heart that has passed through longing, a heart that has known trembling, known death, and learned the temperature of winter. Only after such a journey can one hear the smallest whisper, whisper that wraps itself around me tonight. Small peace beyond longing, it does not comfort me or hold me tight. It simply stays quiet as a thin beam of light, slowing the movements inside me just enough for me to rest. And in that slowing I learned how to be still again. Before night fell, I traced the grain of my heart once more. It looked as though nothing remained, yet the most important thing was there, a piece too small to name, too quiet to grasp, but whole. That small piece completed who I am today, and closed this long winter journey with one soft breath.
Winter wind slips through the window frame, and in this quiet room, a bit of old warmth still lingers without fading. My heart moves toward it, yet refuses to move away. When winter arrives, longing seems to flow more slowly on a path where footprints vanish as soon as they're made. The feeling that refuses to disappear remains firmly in its place. Even in the cold air, it is warmth that comes to mind first. In the pale streets, a scene from long ago emerges with unexpected clarity. I thought I had forgotten each time seasons change, but when winter comes that scene settles again like falling snow. A pattern of emotion that erases nothing. When the air turns cold enough to sting my fingertips, the temperature of my heart becomes strangely clear. Even in a single breath, old feelings echo faintly. Longing stays for winter because some emotions only become clear in the cold. A fragment of warmth that refuses to be buried in snow keeps holding on to me. Winter is not a season for forgetting. It is the season that brings memories back. Some say you must forget to live, but in this season I choose to let longing stay. The heart I haven't sent away piles up quietly like snow, and when it finally melts someday, I know I'll grow lighter with it. The wind settles, white breath drifts softly, and the longing within me rests for a moment. A feeling doesn't fade just because it has aged. Winter's silence lets me look into it again, and within that stillness I find a small light that remains. Longing stays not to be held on to, but to teach me how to let it go. Under winter's cold breath I prepare to release the heart I kept for so long. At winter's edge, I finally understand. It wasn't longing that stayed, but me. And because I stayed, I grew a little steadier. When the snow melts, this heart too will flow in another shape. Night is always quiet, but tonight's quiet feels different, as if the voice I could not release stays inside this room, hovering in the dark, waiting for me to breathe it out. Yet I remain silent. Outside, the streetlights burn at their own slow, steady pace, and beneath them I hold a lyric I never managed to call, letting only the sound of my breath fill the empty space. Tonight I understand too clearly that some things resonate without ever being spoken. The deeper the night sinks, the clearer the ripples inside me become. Should I call this song out, or simply stay here with the trembling that refuses to settle? The melody stays caught in my throat, going nowhere, belonging nowhere. If I open my mouth, I feel your name will be the first to escape. So I swallow my voice once more, unspoken sentences quietly gather in the corners of this room. This night song I couldn't call flows softly inside my chest. A voiceless melody brushes against the frozen part of my heart. These emotions that never became a song shake me far more clearly than sound ever could. Darkness asks me for an honest confession, but I'm not ready yet. If I call it, I might break. If I don't, it only hurts. So I linger for a long time in the narrow place between those two. Through the window's thin gap, I hear the night breathing. I let its slow rhythm watch over the song I never called. Maybe someday I will sing this fully, without hesitation. Not tonight, but on a certain night yet to come. Even an uncalled song might find its own small purpose in simply being here. A melody I cannot summon rises deep within me, more honest without sound, more truthful without form. I leave this quiet tremor in the care of the night. Night fades, and still I never called the song. Yet the faint resonance left inside me shivers like a real melody, one waiting for its moment. Someday can name this feeling without fear. I will finally sing it. For now, I lay tonight in silence, gently over what remains. Winter wind slips between the buildings, carrying off a voice that had barely begun to form. I failed to hold its end, my lips moving only faintly before I stop where I stand. I tried to speak your name, but the wind passed first, sweeping the space clean before my breath could reach it. My hesitant greeting scattered in the pale winter light, a word never meant to reach you, yet I wished it could drift somewhere, anywhere beyond me. The wind always moved ahead of me, it secretly carried the words I could not release, yet left them nowhere. The greeting you never heard lingered quietly inside me, rising at the thinnest layer of winter, like a tremor resurfacing. I think I understand now. Unspoken truth does not simply fade away. The wind may pass, but my heart remains slightly trembling in the same place. One greeting carried by the wind, yet never sent. That small word keeps this winter from being finished. Even if it never reaches you, I still stand here, holding it gently. A phrase like a hand I once reached toward you, yet a fragment of feeling that never arrived. Even that the wind brushes for me, pausing for a moment, like a faint possibility, then slipping away without a sound. Snow falls quietly while the wind turns toward another direction. I keep the unsent greeting resting on my palm, breathing once before I let the moment settle. Someday it may reach you, or it may remain forever unheard, but the words that once circled at the edge of my heart begin to take shape now within the winter wind. I try not to lose that fragile outline. The greeting left unsent was not a stalled attempt, but a quiet part of me that kept me standing. Even if it never reaches you, here in the middle of winter I feel the warmth of that small truth again. The final greeting I send on the wind glimmers briefly in the air. You may never know it existed, but because of that small word I lose a little less of myself today. At winter's edge I leave behind a single feeling, unreceived yet real. Snow that fell through the night has swallowed all the sound shadows of dawn. Between the seams of a sleeping city, an old memory suddenly lifts its head. Each time I cross winter's threshold, there is a name called from deep within. The more I say I've forgotten, the clearer its shadow becomes. Moments that once brushed past me sting again like frozen fingertips. A voice someone left behind, the expression of that day. Even the back I failed to look toward or rise again beneath winter's pale light. A memory that refuses to fade must be holding a truth I never spoke. Memories return not when I reach for them, but when I suddenly stop, finding the smallest gap in my heart. They settle like silent snowflakes. A memory that refuses to fade walks today beside me. Even when unnamed, it breathes quietly inside me and leads me back to a winter long gone. The more I try to erase it, the deeper it sinks. I ask myself, does this memory bind me or give me strength to leave? No answer comes, yet in the cold air I sense something shifting. Each winter I pass turns the memory into another path. Streetlights flicker and my shadow overlaps with the old one from before, coming together then drifting apart. Winter night's breath quietly chooses one. Maybe it's not that I can't erase it, but that it never needed erasing. Time that shaped me has no reason to disappear. Memories ache because the self within them is still alive. The memory that refuses to fade whispers to today's me. Even if it is past, do not be ashamed of the time that once held you. Hearing that faint voice, I slow my steps. If it truly won't fade, I will walk with it. When winter ends, a version of me inside it will change as well. Not being able to erase it is fine. A memory is an old hand gently urging me to live once more. I stopped walking, even the winter wind didn't rush past. It lingered beside me. Only in stillness did the small breaths of my heart begin to rise quietly. After walking for a long while, I suddenly stopped, and only my traces remain, silent upon the snow, staring at that stillness I finally began to remember what I had lost and what I had hurried past. Winter always finds a way to bring a person back into themselves. Words I kept postponing, feelings I hadn't dared to reopen, they unfolded softly like old letters in a drawer. The emotions I let slip away seem to find their places again within the quiet of this winter. If I hadn't stopped, these thoughts might never have surfaced. The small truths lifting their heads one by one. I look at them now without fear. The thoughts rising where I stood still were more honest than any season. On the road I ran through too quickly, I finally answer myself. I never knew that pausing could speak this many truths. Others stride forward with purpose, but here in the snowfall center I listen to my own heart calling out to me. Today I learned the place where you stop can teach more than the place you're trying to reach. Between breaths of winter air, my thoughts slowly take shape like snow flowers blooming somewhere inside me. The thoughts that surfaced were small truths I had forgotten. Winter keeps them from running away and sets them down quietly like snow. The feelings that bloom where I stood still begin to reshape who I am. Emotions I never named slowly reclaim themselves, and my steps turn toward a new direction. Before I walk again, I stay a moment longer, holding the rising thoughts so they won't fade. What changed in this place of stillness guides the person I become today. As I walk slowly across the snow-covered path, something deep beneath my steps sends up faint tremors of memory. Old feelings rising like breath in cold air. I walk listening to what I'm stepping on. Under the fresh layer of snow, the seasons I've lived through are sleeping quietly. With each step forward, hidden scenes surface in pale, transparent shapes. It's as if forgotten memories respond to the pressure at my toes. A small, brittle crack of recognition. Arguments from last winter, words I once believed mattered. Moments I brushed aside melt slowly inside the snow and return as heavy thoughts. Every step knocks softly on a closed room within me. The emotions that weighed me down begin to change form in this winter air. I pause to look at the long shadow of time I've passed through. Old reflections buried beneath my steps call out to the person I am today. Feelings I thought would disappear if hidden rise again. The moment my foot touches the earth, I do not turn away. I take one more step and then another. The brittle sound of snow breaking underfoot seems to speak of fractures in my past. Even on roads that looked unremarkable, the traces I left behind remain. Following those traces, I grow a little more honest. Between my footprints, winter's breath moves slowly along its flow. The old narratives within me begin to wake. My steps move forward, but my mind keeps glancing back. Times I believed I'd let go, regain shape within the snow. I meet the version of myself I left behind and accepting piece by piece. As I keep walking, what was buried changes meaning. A burdened memory softens into a quiet exhale, and in that faint warmth I find a lighter part of myself. I no longer avoid the old reflections beneath my steps. I walk over them, revive them, accept them, and become who I am now. Walking a snowy road is learning that every step crosses a past version of me. Night air settles gently on my shoulders. Each breath I release drifts into the dark as a faint white trace fading slowly. The winter night speaks no words, yet it feels unmistakably like it is listening. Walking through an empty alley unhurried, I retrace the fragments of my day. Words I couldn't say, answers I softened midway, and that small tremor I felt as I turned away. This night questions nothing, it simply receives. I stop beneath the streetlight and look at myself for a moment. The daytime version of me was too cluttered. The evening version slightly blurred, only within the stillness of a winter night does a certain part of my heart begin to return into focus. As the quiet seems to whisper my name once, I draw a slow breath and begin to bring forth the stories I had long kept tucked away. A monologue offered to a winter night is heard by no one, yet it is truer than anything in this single stream of cold air. I can finally hold the parts of me that tremble, and with every word spoken inward, I become a little less alone. As I walk, pause and walk again, a firm thought arises from somewhere near my feet, that I must not abandon myself, not even tonight. This quiet is both a time for emptying and a time for filling. My breath turns into a small mist between the frozen layers of air. Inside that pale cloud, the words I locked away begin to move again. There are voices I would never have heard without a night like this. Truths too small to carry in daylight, a courage I postponed, the expression I nearly lost track of. Slowly, carefully, I answer this night. The longer this monologue continues, the closer I come to myself. Blurred emotions sharpen beneath the pale glow of the streetlight. This is how a winter night keeps me from losing my way. Even without saying a single word aloud, I realized I was arriving at myself all along. When I listen closely, the winter night always replies, quietly telling me to remain alive, to keep moving, to go at my own pace, and nowhere else is. A dawn without words, snow drifting as if it knows where to go. With both hands in my pockets, I decide not to ask anything for a while. Like someone who senses winter's end too early, I had already thought of far too many things. Fragments of a heart I left behind, shadows of words that never settled. All of them slowly disappeared beneath the steps I kept moving. When my breath breaks faintly in the air, I finally understand there are feelings in this world that words can never hold. So today, instead of speaking, I walk through the falling snow. Silence empties me and somehow fills me at the same time. Crossing winter was quieter than I expected, and the quiet was warmer than I imagined. I learned little by little how to cross winter in silence, how to stand steady even as sounds fade away, how to feel the weight of myself even under deepening snow without saying anything. My day continues on. When I stop walking, the wind cuts ahead of me first. I simply follow after it, no longer trying to understand winter fully, carrying a little heaviness, a little lightness. I walk as the person I am today. The wind passes and quiet finds its way back. My slightly frozen breath glimmers beneath the street light. Sometimes silence is the only thing that lets you survive. The deepest quiet is an escape, it's staying, and staying in time becomes the strength that lifts me again. Winter says nothing, yet in its silence I hear my own name clearly, knowing without words, a strength that lets me cross what once felt impossible. Crossing winter without speaking, I have not lost myself today. Beyond my faint breath, a small, unwavering resolve rises. This winter has quietly taught me how to live, even in silence. Yet between those soft erasing lines, a small warmth of the heart still flickers quietly. Even on the road I walked, dawn snow had settled in silence. Beneath the untouched white surface, last night's traces were not yet entirely cool. The heart was the same. Covered does not mean completed. In the frozen air I sense the breath of an old emotion. Maybe it's something that should have faded, yet it remained deep inside, where I couldn't push it away. Snow only covers it, it never truly erases. Like the cold air brushing my hand, a faint tremor reaches me. That tremor awakens a part of my heart I thought I had already settled. Even when snow buries it, a heart that remains does not vanish. Under a blanket of white, its warmth still breathes softly. A long stored feeling meets me again in the deep quiet of winter. Time seems to freeze everything in place. Yet somewhere inside me, a slow thought continues. Unspoken stories do not lose their shape in the snow. They simply wait, unmoving but alive. The wind withdraws, leaving only white silence within it. The weight of an unforgotten heart rises again gently. I decide not to force this heart away. When winter ends, its original color may return. Some things become clearer the more we try to hide them. To be covered is not the same as to be gone. Beneath the white surface, the heart I have held for so long slowly regains its shape. The quiet of winter seems to protect it instead. Yet I already know no depth of snow can erase certain feelings. They return in the stillest moments, calling me back to myself. on untouched snow. My footsteps appear one by one, keeping a small distance from the world. I walk inward again today. Walking alone is less lonely than expected, and far more honest. Only the streetlights see the expressions I hide from everyone else under their faint glow. I gather the small fragments of my heart. Sometimes I pause and look back at the path behind me. Words I missed, choices I avoided, and even the love I never managed to speak. They all stretched out faintly like footprints half buried in snow. Winter wind is painfully honest. It reveals the things I've tried so hard to hide. Still I decide to listen. Maybe now I wanna call my own name a little differently. On this road I walk alone. I finally meet myself, free from someone's expectations, free from yesterday's regret. A heart beginning anew, like fresh prints on white snow. That was the first lesson I learned today. Sometimes a road without answers is the one I need. Only in that silence do true questions surface. What kind of life do I want? Where did I leave pieces of myself behind? Like snow clinging to my shoes, the truth slowly begins to show. Through white breaths, one step, then another. I'm not sure anymore whether the road is leading me or I'm carving the road myself. Today I learned there is no need to turn back and no need to rush ahead. Walking alone was simply a quiet reconciliation with the oldest version of me. I walk alone, yet I am no longer lonely. An old shadow within me slowly turns into words, and those words become my steps, guiding me toward a new direction. Today's footprints will soon disappear into the snow, but what I learned will not vanish. Only by walking alone did I learn how to reach myself. And so a quiet season opens within me. At dawn, when even the wind seems to rest, snowflakes fall like whispered fragments on a street untouched by footsteps. A faint ripple of sound begins to spread. There are sounds that appear only when the snow starts drifting. The distant roll of a car's tires, or perhaps a memory I dropped yesterday. They blur together into a quiet tremor. Each small echo feels as if something other than me is walking through my heart. A soft clink of someone setting down a cup in a nearby house. The first trembling of the morning train far away, and the tiny cry of snow crushed beneath my step. Every sound of winter arrives a beat late and settles gently inside my chest. In a dawn where snow absorbs even sound, the slightest vibration feels amplified. Within that stillness, I begin gathering the long scattered pieces of myself. The sound passing through snowfall felt like the only conversation this dawn allowed. Within winter's fragile breath, breaking and vanishing as it falls, I ask myself quietly how I should walk today, what I must leave behind, and what I must finally hold. Names I once called out, and the echoes of words I never found the courage to speak. They drift through the snow and fade into the pale distance, but they are not disappearing, they are returning differently, as something I can finally face. Snow continues, trembling lightly, and every sound in the world draws a slow breath behind a white veil. I understand now, a sound is not what the ear hears, but what the heart allows in. Even the voice of someone lost, even the truth I once avoided, they brush past me again in this cold winter air. The small sounds slicing through snowfall no longer make me feel alone. Within them I rediscover the self I thought I had forgotten. Winter is such a season where what scatters quietly returns. A single sound passing through the snow awakens the first feeling of my day. I follow that tremor and take a slow step forward alongside the things that vanish. I begin again. Dawn, when even my breath turns white and still, I realize winter found me before the snow did. Upon that silent breath, a single flake falls without making any sound. Each time I inhale, a cold trace rises from somewhere deep inside, as if buried words are waking again. The winter, the snow landing on my breath, felt like a small hand urging me to pause for a moment. On the frozen trail of my exhaled breath, snowflakes begin to gather lightly. Every mark made by the warmth of my lungs turns into a faint white dot, a quiet record of my presence. Even as they disappear, their fragile warmth reminds me of emotions once hidden. Tonight, even a breath cannot make itself warm, yet the snow settling on it arrives like a muted comfort at the trembling end of my exhale. A name I once held carefully unexpectedly rises to the surface. Snow resting on frozen breath, its quiet weight wraps around me without a single word. If there is a feeling that refuses to fade, perhaps it appears like this, slowly revealing itself at winter's very beginning. I never realized how often my breath has paused in my life. The hours spent as though something was missing rise now as thin white mist and slowly melt away. Through that brief warmth, a forgotten voice softly reaches out to me. Snow still trembles in the cold air, and I exhale once more. A breath slightly warmer than before creates a new space for something to begin. Even on nights when my breath freezes midair, I quietly confirm that I am still alive. The smallest, faintest inhalation lights a gentle spark somewhere deep within me. The snow that once settled on frozen breath now melts little by little, forming a thin path of water. Following that path, I take a step toward the version of myself I left long ago. One last breath rises wide into the air. Another flake lands upon it, soft, almost weightless. I feel that slight pressure and begin the day. Slowly but unmistakably moving forward. The street light settles over the frozen air. Each time the light brushes past, winter shatters into small fragments beneath it. I test the weight of my own heart. Under the yellow glow, snowflakes linger briefly, and disappear like a fragile broken breath. Words that collapsed inside me last night seem to drift among these white fragments. The distant sound of footsteps deepens the cold of this street. In the glass across the road, my reflection looks slightly tilted, and the headlights sweeping by carve winter's edges into sharper lines. As I step forward once, I brush against an old shadow within me. Standing in the light, the feelings I tried to hide come into focus, and emotions that pretended to be weightless whisper for me to finally acknowledge them. Under the streetlights, winter breaks apart, and in those scattered pieces I see myself again. Even when the fragments graze my long hidden wounds, this trembling seems to lead me somewhere I have not yet been. A single snowflake lands on my hand and melts before I can say anything. Watching its brief existence, I remember the parts of me I've misplaced. Perhaps it isn't the winter breaking, but me. The streetlight flickers, and only the drifting fragments circle quietly in the air. On a street where no one is watching, I walk between the shards of what's fallen. Without saying a word, winter slowly reveals the cracks inside me. When the fragments of winter brush past my darkness, I feel myself grow lighter. Edges of long nights soften in the scattered light, and the heart that takes a step forward changes, even if just slightly. Under the streetlights, as the broken breath of winter fades, I realize quietly that I have come farther than I thought. At the end of the breaking, a small stillness remains, and within it, a faint light. The bus doesn't arrive, and only snow settles quietly on the shelter's roof. Sitting on the unmoving bench, I wait for winter before I wait for myself. The clock at the stop seems to move slowly, and on the fogged glass, last night's sighs linger, sinking in softly. The cold metal beneath my fingertips returns me to this very place. In this dawn where no one is here to answer, only the bus route map politely shows the roads I have never taken. I pause. Am I standing still because I have somewhere to go? Or searching for a place to go because I'm standing still? For a moment I'm unsure. snowflake taps the window, I hear a faint sound. That small vibration slowly knocks on the hardened layers of my heart. The quiet at this snow-covered stop asked me for the first thought of my day. Unable to hurry, unable to turn back, I accept the stillness just as it is. Even if waiting isn't meant for anyone, this moment warms me alone. A distant wheel sound passes by without stopping here, and the bus I'm meant to board still doesn't appear. Yet strangely, the shadow of anxiety grows slightly lighter, and I learn how to endure this pause. Even the wind has stopped, and the snow continues to fall silently. This quiet whiteness covers the old layers of waiting inside me. To someone else this stop means nothing, but maybe today I needed to rest here for a while. All the speeds I lost along the way, the snow gathers them one by one in my place. When the silence wraps around me again, I steady my breath a little slower, so the waiting no longer hurts. And even in a world that has stopped, the path within me keeps unfolding. Even if the bus never comes, I have no intention of standing up. The quiet of this snow-covered stop offers me a gentle reconsidering of myself. It tells me softly to pause for a moment, to look at myself again and live again. The buildings in this alley hold the scent of lives no one remembers. The chipped paint beneath the window frames seems to tell which seasons they've endured. When the wind brushes along the wall, scenes I buried long ago rise one by one. A faint light leaks from a cracked doorway, and even the subtle sounds inside a stranger's home deepen the winter of this street. Following a distant thread of music, I move forward slowly, my heart swayed as if tugged by the wind. Through the air left behind by someone's past, I walk quietly. The wind carries the scent of memory, and at the end of it, I find myself. The wind seeping through old buildings awakens the shadows I've passed through. It stirs the scattered pieces of memory and places me back on this road. Moments I believe were forgotten come alive again in the winter air. Behind a sleeping window, I almost hear an old laughter drifting out, and my heartbeat echoes faintly with a rhythm. I slow my steps, following that gentle reverberation. I've walked this alley countless times, yet it has never felt this deep before. Perhaps the cracks within my heart have widened just enough for the wind to pass through. Within the seeping wind, I meet the seasons I left behind. When forgotten moments return on its breath, I take their waiting slowly. In this winter I am no longer who I was yesterday. Its last trace and slips away between the old buildings. In its lingering quiet, I stand with a slightly changed breath. The wind that passed through me now flows gently within. The street lamp flickers faintly, stretching my shadow long, then pulling it back. On this road where no footsteps sound, I walk past myself first before anything else. The half-asleep city exhales a low breath in the morning sun drifts lazily through the alley. With no wind, the grain of my heart lies exposed. Will today shake me less than yesterday? No one asks, yet I answer quietly. When I stop for a moment, thoughts colder than winter's air wrap softly around my ankles, and I gently peel them away. In this alley where the wind has stalled, I stand as if meeting winter for the first time. The dawn asking nothing of me lifts the weight in my chest with quiet hands. Maybe just by walking forward, today might change, even if slightly. Left in the morning paper fades, and behind a window a curtain shifts ever so slightly. A day that hasn't begun for me might already be heavy for someone else. I hold that thought lightly in my palm and walk again. here I am, stopping again and again. Perhaps this windless dawn is holding me for a brief moment. As I pass through the alley, I whisper to myself not to let this winter shake me, not to tremble before it does. In the haunted wind, I steady my breath and set down a quieter heart. Before the wind rises again, I push myself forward, step by step. My first trace of winter remains here.
The winter wind brushes the corner of the alley, leaving behind a sharp breath of cold. At the edge where it fades, I stop, quietly looking at the old shadow I've carried within me. If this wind hadn't blown tonight, there are parts of myself I might never have faced. Feelings I pushed aside, covered up, pretended not to know. Out here at the edge of wind, they come into focus again. Under the streetlight, my long shadow seems to tremble before I do. Why did I ignore even these small shivers in me? In the stillness of winter, I realize I can't lie to myself. The wind is cold, yet its coldness makes me sharper. The parts that wanted to disappear, the parts that wanted to endure, all of them surface quietly within a single gust. The self I face at the edge of wind is not the one I tried to flee from, but the one that survived to the end. Every place I once trembled, every scattered piece gathers back, recovering its true breath. The me who was hurt by someone's words, the me worn down by indifferent days, the me who tried so hard to forget. The wind brings them all to me again. I look at them closely, and begin to accept each one. The wind settles for a moment, and a faint warmth slips into my chest. A place where I don't have to run. That is where I find myself standing. Truth is not always gentle, but once I finally face it, a small light remains at its end. What the wind could not erase, that was the part that stayed mine. The heart that used to tremble shakes a little less tonight. And the shadow I once feared comes a little closer. At the edge of wind, I learn how to become myself again. The wind passes on, and I remain where I stand. A self that doesn't run, a self that doesn't collapse. The one I met at the edge of wind was stronger than I imagined. Slowly, the strength to cross this winter settles into me.
When winter deepens, parts of my heart freeze as well. Feelings that resist naming solidify quietly, layer by layer, until I can almost hear the stillness settle inside me. In the cold wind, old wounds ache again. Things I believed forgotten return the moment winter's fingertips brush against them. The path where the heart freezes is always quiet. I notice it only after it's done. A single word from someone, a gaze that cool without warning. A moment I barely remember, any of these might have frozen me. Back then, I wasn't strong, I simply couldn't move. Only now do I understand that. Then a faint warmth begins to spread from somewhere. Perhaps it's someone's laughter, or the hush at the end of the day. A small heat that finds the tiniest crack first in the frozen heart. The moments when the heart freezes and thaws, they are truer than any words. Shadows that had hardened inside me slowly lose their shape, not disappearing, but quietly making peace with me. And as I accept that change, I return to myself a little more fully. Emotions that thaw are always blurred, always imperfect. But if that imperfection means I'm still alive, then it's alright to hesitate. So I hold on to today's warmth to keep my heart from freezing again. The wind is still cold, yet something inside me has already begun to cross this winter temperature shift slowly. but unmistakably within me. Among the feelings melting down, questions I abandoned long ago resurface. Why couldn't I endure? Why did I cling so tightly? Why did it hurt so much? But whenever I try to answer, my heart begins to freeze again. So today, I simply let the questions drift away. The moments when the heart freezes and thaws, winter's light deepens because of them. Even in the cold, a small trembling forms and illuminates my inner path. On that path, I breathe again, slowly and quietly. The frozen heart, the thawing heart, both are me. And today, knowing that hurts a little less, passing through winter is how I mend, how I return to life. Slowly, so slowly, but unmistakably. Where the wind had passed, the traces were gone, yet a faint warmth lingered, as if someone had stayed here for just a moment and left quietly, leaving behind only a soft, inexplicable afterglow. I always thought winter wind was nothing but cold, but today, strangely, every place it brushed left a hint of warmth. The shoulders I had kept tense without realizing slowly relaxed, and even my breath felt steadier. If this is comfort, it must be the quietest form of it. Just as we realize someone's warm, only after they leave the wind was no different, it vanished. And only then did I feel its presence, only in the empty space did I understand the cold I had been enduring. It's a strange rule, the things that do not remain often stay with us the longest. I gather that warmth carefully in my palms. I know it will disappear soon, yet even a single moment of holding its weight feels precious. The warmth left where the wind had been, I never asked for it, yet it finds its way to me and helps me endure the day. I don't question it, It needs no explanation. This small warmth alone is enough for now. No one's heart stays frozen all winter. Somewhere an unexpected breeze will arrive and leave a warmth you didn't anticipate. And just like that, my heart too will cross this winter someday. Such small beliefs are what keep me standing today. The wind has stopped, snow settles quietly again. Yet within that silence, I still feel the warmth, uncertain but undeniably present. Among the feelings melting inside me are questions I abandoned long ago. Why couldn't I endure? Why did I cling so tightly? Why did it hurt so deeply? But each time I try to answer, my heart begins to harden again. So today, I let those questions drift away. The warmth left where the wind had been. Its subtle temperature loosens the winter inside me. Barely noticeably, but unmistakably. In that loosened space, I remember again that I am still alive. The wind will blow again and I will face the cold once more. But with this small warmth left behind from today, I feel I can walk differently through the rest of this winter. The wind has gone, yet the warmth remains, glowing softly deep within. The quietest part of my heart.
There was a wind that passed by me one winter. It left no words, yet in its silence something I had long lost seemed to stir again. I still cannot forget that wind. One day a single thread of wind brushed my ear, carrying a feeling I couldn't quite name. On an empty street, that wind slid gently past me. And in that moment, the weight inside my chest, the one even I didn't fully know, lifted just slightly. Memory works like that. It remains in the moment of its disappearance. The wind asked nothing of me. It didn't demand words, nor clarity, nor understanding. It simply moved on, as if telling me that not everything must be explained. Every winter I find myself recalling that wind. I still don't know why it stays so vividly. Perhaps it seeped somewhere deep within my life without me noticing. When the echo of wind passes through drifting snow, I pause for a moment. The grain of emotion that wind once left in me trembles again in my chest. The story of the wind I can't forget. In it were the times I lost, the words I never spoke, the seasons that slipped past me. That wind did not pierce the darkness of my life, but it left behind a faint, unmistakable light that helped me continue walking.
I know now, it wasn't the wind that was special. It was the version of me standing in it that day. I carried wounds in quiet and a moment where the world seemed to stop just slightly, and only that wind chose to pass through me. That may be why it refuses to fade. The wind moves on, snow settles again, and winter deepens. But the story that wind left still flows within me, softly, quietly, unchanged. Wind has no shape, yet some winds do not merely pass. They linger in the empty rooms of the heart, and after leaving, they change the temperature of those rooms. I didn't believe that for a long time, but now I do. The story of the wind I can't forget. Its quiet trace was gentler than any comfort, truer than any word it left me. The strength to go on with no conditions attached. That is why I remember that wind even today. Even when winter ends, even when all the snow melts, the story of that wind does not disappear. The wind will blow again, but that one wind was only once in my life. I never managed to thank it properly. So may this song be my belated farewell, and may that wind, just as it did back then, remain quietly yet deeply within me.